Good morning, all you snooker fans out there. I hope you're ready for this. It's day 3 of the Q Tour event number 2, live here in San Jose, California, at the PAPSA Snooker Academy. David Burney is in the booth with you. We're glad that you're tuning in. We've got a great match to kick off day 3 with President of the USSA and PAPSA, Ajaya Pradhakar, taking on Karuba Rajendran. Should be an excellent match. Both of these guys know how to put the balls in the pockets and know the tactical side as well. So it's a best of 7, race to 4, and Ajay is just doing his pre-match warm-up, and we'll be starting very soon. So tune us on. We'll be here all day. And it looks like they've done their warm-up routine. They'll just be setting up the balls. In these early stages, obviously, they are self-reffing themselves. So that's what we pride ourselves on this game. We're not at a stage where we can have referees at 8 tables, but the etiquette and the honor system is at a high level with all these snooker players. A great field out here. The winner of this event, that we'll find out who does that tomorrow night, will get an invitation to the Q Tour final stage in Sarajevo in mid-March, and a chance there to fulfill their snooker dreams and get onto the professional tour. We also use the Cloud Snooker app for keeping score here. So sometimes the players are in charge of keeping their own score, and sometimes they're just away from the tablets there. So the score sometimes doesn't add up in real time. But piece by piece, we're growing. We're getting more people involved behind the scenes, and it's great to see. And here's Karuba set to get us started in this frame 1. Great action right here. Do as well. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, if the picture's a little fuzzy or if I'm not coming through clear, please let us know. We'll do our best because we want to give you the best entertainment for your value while you're sitting at home enjoying the great snooker here from San Jose, California. It's a safety shot of Jay I'd like to have back. Yeah, Karuba, if he can get going. There are a lot of open reds. The black is open down at the business end of the table, and he is on the right side of the blue to come back down into those reds. There's kind of 5 in a strange row. Might take that middle red and play a little cannon off that red to the right to hold for the black into the top left corner pocket. Awkward bridging there makes the pot a little bit more difficult. Now this table is on the other side of the room for me, so it's tough to see if it's touching ball, and obviously both players would take a look at it, and if it was, but it looks like it's not touching. The rule, obviously, when touching ball, the player is allowed to shoot away if it's touching a red, as that signifies the first contact, and they can shoot away. Now, if he was on a colored ball and he was touching ball, he can nominate that touching ball or that colored ball that he's touching and shoot away, or he can nominate another color, or she. We have many competitors of all shapes and sizes, shall we say. Jay is just maybe a bit concerned of that red that's just above his cue ball. If he's to hit off the left side of it, he might have an in off. Very nice pot there. I think he's got just enough to be on the right side of the blue. Obviously, black is out in the open there. And pink, I think, has a path past the black, but a little bit extra length on those shots where the blue is a much shorter shot. That's what you want to keep, as much as these are very large tables. They're 6x12s. Riraka tables that they are. They're actually come from Malaysia. And a lot of the players are really enjoying these tables. So Jay's going to have to play some decent shots to just get him into a decent break here. So after this red, his color is going to be tricky. He's going to have to do a lot of with the cue ball. Well spotted. For a minute there, I thought he was going to take the more open red there. This was going to leave a difficult color, but there was a pathway for that other red. And as you can see, Jay has had to use the rest for the last two shots. Have to be very proficient with that tool, with these large tables. I think Robert Walden, the 8'11" giant, tallest man in the world, probably didn't have to use a rest, but for the rest of us regular humans, that rest is definitely going to come into play at some time when you're playing snooker. I know a lot of pool players feel it as a weakness, but it's a great tool to have, and it's something that you do need to master to be an excellent snooker player. This is the first match of the day, so just getting the cobwebs out. But this is a good contribution so far by Ajaya. Tricky red going into the left middle, but if he's able to get it, he'll be on the blue. Force him to be on the right side of the blue to come back down to the business end. He did all right not to leave it. Left a long red for Karuba, or as we like to call him, Special K. Nice to see that he's kind of trying to take this first frame by the reins. So often enough, we see a lot in the amateur game that these matches really and frames do come down to the colors. So a good mantra I think to have for a newcomer is just get me to the colors, because then you always have a chance down there. And so many of these players do that practice routine of running the colors. You know, I thought about it and then it fell, and just think he's either straight onto this blue or a little below it. But if he can run through, he's got that red to the right of the pink into the top right corner. Might be playing for the red on the brown. It's all about knowing your percentages, what shot you fancy, what's in a high percentage shot for you. You want to set yourself up for those shots. Yes, as we said, this is the second Q Tour event. The first one was held in Toronto about a month ago at the great club in Toronto run by John White and Jim Weich, the corner bank, where Vito Poapolo booked his card to Sarajevo. Wishing you all the best over there, Vito. Vito has also played in the famed Crucible Theater last year, where he played in the Seniors World Championship. Was able to achieve that by winning the PAPSA Senior Open last couple of years in Toronto. As this year, Igor Figueiredo down in Rio de Janeiro won the seniors event, so we'll see him back at the Crucible this year. Well, good chance here for Karuba. Not sure he can take the frame, as there's that one red on the side cushion. Just didn't want to cannon into that brown. Lost all the momentum there. Wanted to come back up and down table, so he's eyeing this open red on the left side, kind of in the by the pink spot. Maybe act as a shot to nothing. He's got a pathway to get back to bulk. Yeah, always a clever shot. The shot to nothing is where you're playing a positive shot of taking the attempt on, but you do know that the result of your shot will be putting yourself in a safe position back in the bulk end. And a good snooker player knows all the tricks, that's for sure. Great to see we have some friends tuning in. But yeah, let us know. We've got the chat active on YouTube there. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, I'll do my best to answer them. I like to keep the audience engaged. There's always some good chats, some good debates that go on. We're just here in the first frame, best of 7. All these matches are best of 7, except for the final that will happen tomorrow. That will be a best of 9. So close, so close. There definitely is a surgence of snooker here in the Bay Area. It's not ginormous, but it's happening here. Like, this is a great facility here with four wonderfully designed tables. So really top-notch conditions on the table for the players here. And talking to our friends Nathan Cottam, Nicholas Sowers, and Dave Carter. They run a room up in San Francisco where they have a pool table and a snooker table. So obviously it comes down to space. Real estate is always a hot commodity everywhere in the world. And these snooker tables do take up a lot of space. But it's great to see that there's a lot more interest in here. I think about 30 years ago, you probably wouldn't see this happening in Northern California. But I guess I have to thank our friends here in the Silicon Valley for creating that thing like the internet, because that's really exposed a lot of people as we get viewers from all over the world tuning into our broadcast, and that's great to see. As snooker is played in over 100 countries in the world. Yeah, both players are trying their shots, that's for sure. Could get behind the green here. I think with the addition, obviously there was a big announcement when we were down in Rio for the PAPSA Open and Senior Championship. That's when they announced these Q Tour events, because it's always been so difficult for players around the world, because basically the only qualifying events were held in Britain. As I hear, players that wanted to go would fly over and they play in the tournament. There's no cash value through the tournament. It's just pretty much the prize is obviously getting on the Pro Tour, and then that's another thing to try and make some money there. So it's nice that these Q Tours are expanding globally, giving players a chance that they don't have to travel so far. Some obviously are in their backyard. Some are traveling not too far. As I come down from Vancouver, Canada, it's a little short plane trip down the coast. Our good friend Ernst Bismier, the Flying Dutchman, he's come all the way from Houston, so just drove over. And Ernst does it the right way as well. He loves his snooker, but he sees this also as a little vacation as well. So he was telling me he was down in Monterey just yesterday, checking out the sights and sounds. So just got to be a little bit mindful of the in-off if he's going to take this red in between the pink and the black. The gentleman once told me in Vancouver, if you're thinking it might be an in-off, well, add some top or add some bottom to take out that in-off out of the equation. Let's have a result here. Oh. These are quick tables, that's for sure. A regular club table that might have pulled up and stayed behind the brown. But it's just come past it, just giving Karuba a chance. Long pot. So Karuba has this pot down into the yellow pocket. He's going to take it on or just snick away and get down. It was there. I think he just didn't hit the right angle on it. It's always easy when we're in the booth here and watching at home. We had the bird's eye view. We got a good cue ball there. He's tight against the top cushion. They're always tricky shots that Ajaya has here, as you don't have a lot of the cue ball to hit. You're hitting kind of on the top of it, and you want to strike pure and right on it because there's always a chance to put unwanted side on the ball here. A good friend David Putty once told me, when you've got those shots, it's almost with your grip hand. Just lean the forward part of your grip hand a little bit on the cue, and you won't miss cue. Like to have pulled up or bounced a bit more. It's kind of betwixt and between, as they say. It does have, obviously an angle on the black to come up table, but these blind cuts are always tough when you can't see the pocket in front of you. Great pot there. Yeah, with those blind cuts, with doubles as well. Doubles, that's what we call in snooker. Pool players would call it a bank shot. But with those two shots, it's always, as soon as after you hit the cue ball, you want to see where it's going, and you kind of jerk your head a little bit too soon, a little premature. So I find with the blind cuts and the doubles, I like to tell people, listen for the pot to happen. Don't watch it happen. Very well done. Jay can see this red. The only problem is what is going to happen after the fact. He's got to take that into account. He might have done all right. Or this red looks like it. Tap on the table by Karuba. Might mean that this red does not go by the blue into the pocket. Well, first glance, he looks somewhat all right. All those long shots are always tricky, going from one side to the other side of the table. But I think there is the angle for almost a shot to nothing here for Ajaya. What's that cue ball doing? That's okay. Thought it might be going to that Top right corner pocket. This is the red they're going to be going after for with 2 reds on the cushion. Don't plan on them moving anytime soon. Wow, great pot there. I like how he's playing positive. It's the first frame. It's a best of 7. You do like to maybe take your chances a little bit early. We know so much in this game that once it gets closer to a finish line, then players start to tense up. You might have refused that if it was a decider or if he was trailing 3-1. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here in this first frame. These players are going for their shots, and they do know when they're kind of just run out of position that the tactical side needs to come into play and play a telling safety or even a snooker. As you can see, there's a player on the adjacent table. It's not the final table set up at the Crucible. There are other tables in action, so sometimes the etiquette comes into play, or players just have to wait for a table to play out its shot, and then they can get back to business. And Karuba's left a quite a long shot for Jaya. It's definitely in his wheelhouse to make. Just rattling the jaws in with these ultra fine claws. That ball's going to run, and it's just put Karuba in a good position that he can roll himself back into this first frame. Definitely potential to run out. Is going to take some great shot making for sure, but you can only win this game when you're at the table, so he's at and he's got a chance. Didn't want his cue ball to go tight to that cushion. Makes this black just that much more difficult. Wow. Very nice black there. It's a lot harder than it looks. So often not with the amateur game. You make one stellar shot, The adrenaline is pumping. It's always a good idea just to take an extra walk around the table just to calm the nerves. You know, when you make a great shot, you're feeling great. But so often than not, we see the next shot as a miss. Was that ruled enough to give him the pawning angle? Just looking out my window of the commentating booth, I don't think he's got it. Might be able to get behind the blue. Might have to swerve a little. Go for this red. Oh, if it bounced a little bit more, you'd been in trouble, but once again, these long pots are tricky. Garuba just having a glance at the scoreboard while he lets Amit take his shots on table 3. He's going against Leo Ma. If you do want any update live scoring, you can check out cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com is where you'll find the bracket, the live scores, all the players that were involved in this great tournament. So there's just a foul and a miss kind of situation that's going on the adjacent table, but it looks like Amit has hit his ball, so we'll be back to action on our TV table here with Mr. Special K ready to go at it. It's fortunate if he hit the green there. That red had missed the green. I think is going to be rolling out and probably be quite a sitter into the left middle pocket. Fortunately for Garuba, it did cannon into the green full face. Just lifted J with a long pot. But I almost think he'd take to the left side of that red, shoot the red up and down the table, and maybe get that cue ball by the yellow. Yeah, these cloths are so fine. Looks like a great snooker there. These cloths are so fine. It's like a putting surface. Some of these players might be used to, you know, your regular club table that looks like the fescue at St. Andrews, and nice out there by Jaya. Using the cushions to help him. Hasn't left anything really easy on. Great ability to have there when you are in a snooker. If you can get out of it, hit your object ball, put your opponent in trouble or not an easy shot, that's mission accomplished. So they were coming out guns blazing in that beginning of this first frame, but it's kind of tensed up a little bit. Because I always say you're never in the match until you win that first frame. So both players knowing that, if they've been around for the game for a while, they want to get their mark on the frame scoreline sooner than later. Yeah, talking to Sam McGrath, who's one of the owners here. Ajay Pradhakar is the other owner of this fine establishment. But he's saying, I think one of the big reasons why there's such a surge of snooker in the Bay Area, there's a lot of East Indian and Chinese people that are moving over to this part of the world, and they played a lot back in their home country. And America predominantly is known for its 8-ball and 9-ball and pool games where snooker is not high on the radar. But luckily, there's a passion that Sam, who actually originally is from England, moved over to America when he was 10, played a lot when he was a child, but then kind of his interest re-peaked in his 30s and found this Ajay fella, and they thought, hey, let's put together a snooker club. And this place has been open for, I think, the last 7 years. So 2017 is when they opened their doors. And they just told me membership is growing day by day. Any monies that they do receive from this, they're just putting back in the club just to, make it a top draw. Oh, how's this for a shot, Mr. Karuba? Special K shot there. I think he's got the snooker. A little shake of the head from Ajay. He does not like this at all. Got to be really precise coming off the long cushion here. Now he'll kind of hold his position there. And with the unrefereed, obviously both players will confirm and come to an agreement of where the cue ball was. And if both players are agreeing, play on. This tournament, it is 3 putbacks, so 4 attempts in total. So second attempt there. Ooh, I don't know if he's going to put him back here. Save him some work of putting back the cue ball and the green and the brown. As much as sure he's got the 8 penalty points and he could have maybe got more, but I think he's weighing his options here that he's got this open red into the yellow pocket and some colors out, so here we are, getting onto the colors. Let's see what Karuba can make of it. Interesting. I thought he might have followed that black through to have the yellow into its same pocket. I don't think the brown is adhering it too much into that. So then taking that yellow into the yellow pocket with some follow, you could have the green into the green pocket beyond the brown. But obviously, I'm in the booth. These players down on the table. They definitely have the best sight. Got to pull up a bit. Looks like it's a touching ball. So obviously in this case, when I was alluding to earlier in the frame with the touching ball and the color, he doesn't want to nominate another different colors. That would be a foul. So he'll just shoot away from the green, give a lot of space between cue ball and green ball. Jay might be able to find some solace behind that blue. dropped his cue in anguish there. Still a long pot, but difference between pool and snooker. Snooker's a game, it's like not always what you make, it's what you leave your opponent. And if you leave them in trouble, leave them thinking, leave them confused, that's all the better. Yeah, Karuba needing the brown and blue to get us to the snooker's required stage. They're not easy. That was a great brown. Well, Jay still has a chance. Pink is in a great position for a snooker. Not that Ajaya or Karuba needs it. But always good to find a little nest sometimes. Big shot miss there. Karuba's got to be just disgusted with himself there. He knew that was a chance to get the first frame on the board. Well, he's got another opportunity. But this is a bit of a longer pot. Oh, what's this? Oh. Flukes are allowed in this game. Obviously, a raise of the hand in the apology. I think it was Cliff Wilson was the player on the Pro Tour that actually would laugh at his opponent if he had a fluke. So they really like to see things won by a fluke. But with the scores tallied there, Jaya does need a snooker. So the difference is 19, but it looks like, I don't know. I thought Jaya might have been reaching to pull out the reds from the pocket and concede, but now he's going to play on. Black's not in the greatest of positions. Obviously, when you're needing a snooker, you like a ball that you want to get snookered behind, just kind of off the cushion, just gently. And we'll just see if Karuba just gently cuts this yellow into the top right, just maybe getting it to sit in the jaws if it doesn't drop. I'm going for the double. Oh, and that should do it there. That and off. So Karuba Rajendran takes that first frame over at Jaya Pradhakar, and we'll just step aside for a few moments while they set up the balls and be back with frame 2 action. It's the Q Tour event number 2, day 3, live here at the PAPSA Snooker Academy in San Jose, California. It's David Burney, and we'll talk to you soon. We're back here, frame 2. We're over the halfway mark, as this tournament did start on Thursday. Some early matches happened there. It's definitely cutthroat. It's a single elimination tournament. I think more and more as snooker continues to grow in the Americas, we are going to start to see some of these events. We do like to try and get people involved in the game, newcomers, and we want to get them good value for it. Obviously, myself, with me running the BC Open in a couple of weeks, we do have a round robin stage, so players have upwards of potentially 9 frames that they're going to be playing. But it is going to be tough. Obviously, there's 12 groups up there, 4 players, and only the winner will move on to the knockout. So definitely join us in a couple of weeks, live from Richmond, British Columbia, Canada, for the British Columbia Open. Lots of great players up there. Should be some good fun. But that's in a bit. Right now, we're at the Q Tour event number 2, day 3, here in Silicon Valley, San Jose, California, the PAPSA Snooker Academy. You're looking at the PAPSA and USSA president at the table right now, Jaya Pradhakar. Doing a lot to really grow the game in the Americas. And we're all here because we're doing it for the right reasons. We're doing it for the love. I think everyone here obviously has a different source of income, as we do need money to survive in this topsy-turvy world. But it's great to see, a lot of people coming and helping out, making this tournament a great success. Nice cut. Wow, great shot there by Karuba. Pace on that. If he's a bit high on the black, he can run through and hopefully be on that red out in the open on the left side. Got a nice favorable kiss there. He's going to have to use the rest, but let's see if he's got the keys in the car and he's starting to rev up. Do see that a lot in this game, that sometimes it's a bit tough just getting going, but once these players get into it and find that groove, it's purring like a wonderful Ferrari that I've seen. There's a lot of Ferraris down here in the Silicon Valley, ladies and gentlemen. I must admit, I haven't seen this many Ferraris outside of Italy in forever. It's quite impressive. Maybe I could find an owner and go for a test spin or something like that when I've got a moment, but that's here nor there. It's difficult red here for Karuba. Played it with an element safe as you see. He's come up to the bulk end. I think in the Q Tour event, you're probably going to just come out that yellow and get behind that brown. Praying your friend at the club, you might be adventurous and go for that blue. Oh, and looks like he's going to take it on. Courageous. Loving seeing this. Good job, Karub. Wow. Just could have done with a bit more follow, but love the aggressive playmaking there. These have all been very tricky shots. Nothing's been easy in here for Karuba. Yeah, you can't make the Cinderella shots all the time. Sometimes you got to come back down to earth. Good morning, Vineet Desani. Vineet, great help and emerging as quite a player up in the Vancouver area. And he's got a couple of boys in the game. The future's bright, so just be aware that you might be hearing that Desani name a lot more in the game of snooker over here in North America. Karuba just waiting for the adjacent table. Ooh. Gutsy move there. Karuba is definitely taking his chances. We'll see that, sometimes that might bite you. Some players like to be really aggressive, not knowing the tactical side of the game. And then they're kind of, don't adjust your sets. These tables definitely are level. It might not look like it, as pretty much every ball except the cue ball is on the left side of the table. That's just how it happens some days. He's not missing by much, that's for sure. Kruba definitely looking like a dangerous player for sure. Just tighten a few more screws in the mechanics, and those balls are going to start dropping in the bottom of the pocket. Very nicely done. Good weight on his cue ball. Putting it tight to that ball cushion. He's brought a couple reds kind of out in the open a little bit. Looks like Ajay could potentially have a shot to nothing to this red that is left of the black into the top left corner. Looks like there's a pathway to get back into the bulk area. Ooh. Luckily he didn't go in off there. Jay is really trying to bait me for some copyright infringement over there. Was our good friend in the booth over in England, John Virgo, always famously known for saying where the cue ball's going. But unfortunately, for Jay's sake, that didn't drop. Can he get past that brown? I think he can. Clip out the red, and potentially he could get behind the yellow here or the green. There's a big kind of wall over there. Great way to just off on the angle to just roll behind that green. That would have been definitely treacherous. Mm. Kruba jumped out of his seat. Okay. Almost thought he maybe came out a bit too quick, as there was that red out in the middle of the table. He's thinking about the pink. He's potting better into the corner pockets than the side, so just taking a look around for an extension. Most of the players these days do have all the mini butts and telescopic extensions. That's what a lot of the cue manufacturers are building these days, building that in so they can accept those extensions. But some players still do have some the more old-fashioned cues that don't have the female screw ends, so those extra pieces of gear can go in. Yeah, what can I say? Karuba is liking these corner pockets. This is quite a bit dangerous. Yeah, I don't know if that red, it's kind of looks like on our TV screen that red would pass the blue. But obviously, Karuba down on the table would know better than we would, as the players have the best vantage point. We'll see if he's going to get punished for that mistake. That is true, Vineet. Mr. Desani is saying that it's good to see the sport is getting much deserved traction in the Americas. It is true. And I think you would even... Ooh, it's a tough miss there for Ijaya. He's opened the door for Karuba. But yeah, just getting back to that point, I think even some of the commentators and pundits over in Britain definitely do see, and I think the governing body does see, that it is very Britain-centric right now. And if you're going to consider yourself a world body, you have to encompass the world. But hey, there's lots of events. Like, who would have thought one day that there was going to be a potential to qualify for the Pro Tour in Canada and America, with a final happening in Sarajevo. So it's good to see things are on the rise. I'm definitely a firm believer of this invention called the internet. It helps us tune in to professional and amateur snooker. Do remember that this is an amateur event. None of these guys do actually hold a pro card. Wow. Those Karuba corner pockets. It's a special case shot for him. See, once again, the side pocket. Interesting. Interesting. Because usually the side pockets are more open a little bit wider than an actual pool table. So they are a bit more forgiving, more accepting. But Karuba has just shown us that no shot is easy on a snooker table. Well, he's got to make this one into the side. Jay having trouble with the side as well. Maybe just a little discrepancy on the scoreboard, but all is good now. Both players confirm it's a 36-13 lead for Karuba in this second frame, best of 7. He's got a good chance here to add to his lead. Couple open reds, couple colors. Yeah, if that didn't go in the side, I'm pretty sure Karuba would take a little bit of a break, go next door to the garage, find the jackhammer, and pry that side pocket open a little bit more. Oh, great black to develop that red into the top left corner. Yeah, they say it's a thinking person's game, but sometimes you don't want to think too much because then you can overthink it. This game's not a sprint, it is a marathon. And we could be going a potential of 7 frames here. Hello to our good friend Brian Sutherland, all the way up there in Red Deer, Alberta. Pretty sure the players can hear all your good luck wishes, Brian. His wife Rona did a wonderful job a few years ago of running the Alberta Open Championship. I've been talking to our few friends in Alberta, Canada. Looks like hopefully maybe soon enough the Alberta Open will be coming back. It's always a fun event seeing our friends in that province. And hopefully we can get a few more Americans to come up for that, because I do get some friends from the Seattle area coming up to the BC Open in a couple of weeks. So players are getting spells of some really good play, but then they're just getting a little tough break on these middle pockets. It's got a great area to land behind there with those bulk colors. If he can just maybe chain with just a little stun just below middle. Trusting these slick claws to roll it up there. I think Jay might should have known better. This is his home club. For the tables did, I hear, got recloth obviously for this tournament, so new claws can be a lot more quicker. Brian over there in Red Deer, Alberta is asking how many players are in this event, and we have 28 players in this Q Tour event number 2. And I just can't remember actually how many they had in Toronto, but I heard it was quite a successful event. These events did kind of happen quite quickly, as I was talking with Jay. The turnaround from the announcement back in October to get everything going. Obviously, a lot of people see the end product of a lot of hours, a lot of hard work on your TV screens. You know, tournaments just don't happen at the snap of the fingers. There's a lot of things that need to happen to get it going. Because I was kind of a bit surprised that a few of our Western Canadian friends and maybe our friends up in the Pacific Northwest of America didn't come down for this tournament. Because I don't know how you can not say no to California in February. It's a very nice shot there into the middle pocket, shall I say, by Karuba. Pretty sure Jay can hit this red. Now, does he have the just a potting angle there? We'll see how that brown and green materialize a little later on. Oh, the punt was there. And the cloudsnooker.com website does have the updating scoring, as you'll probably notice with our broadcast, that it's not the live scoring. Obviously, when the breaks are done or the player is done, the opponent player tallies up the score. But these tablets that they have throughout the club directly talk to Cloud Snooker's website. So we have 4 tables in action right now. If you want to check out any of those scores, go to cloudsnooker.com. You can also see what matches are coming up and what matches have passed and all the results. Little tap on the table by Jay, acknowledging a good shot. Just gonna find the pink here. Didn't find the pink, almost found the black. This is a thin little gap through here. Well struck. Yeah, maybe it wasn't as thin as I thought. Looked pretty thin on our TV screens. So I'm probably a good maybe 15 to 20 feet away from the table. Just a bit too thin there, I think. We've just got a little hiccup maybe with one of those iPads, those trusty iPads that we were just talking about. So Jay just needs to step away from the table. Do have all the gadgets. It's kind of what we're expecting down here in San Jose. Big hub for the tech industry. So just while we have a moment, let's just update what is going on in the PAPSA world. Obviously, this is the second leg of the Q Tour events. The first one was in Toronto, where Vito Poapolo won. He's got his trip booked to Sarajevo, I believe, actually as well. He does have a campaign online. It seems like we're always, hunting for sponsorship. There's different ways you have to go about it now. It looks like these GoFundMe, those crowdfunders are actually, not a bad idea. You can toss a few bucks towards a player, and that can really mean a lot. And I'm pretty sure they're quite beneficial of that. And you'll be on their high list of thank yous if they're able to achieve that dream. And the winner of this event that will be crowned tomorrow will join Vito over in Sarajevo in mid-March for a chance to get their pro card. So, but back to the action here. 45-29, 16 points in it, 35 on the table. Second frame, best of 7. Garuba got the first one. Jed would definitely like to get this frame to get his first on the board, and then we got a match. Just got to be mindful a little bit of the black. But Special K's got his corner shots that he likes so much. And our next match is scheduled for 2 p.m. Pacific time, culminating with our final match of the day at 6 p.m. So just, mark those down. K. Wong. Oh, Mr. Stephen Wong. Saying good luck to all the players. Stephen hosted the U.S. Nationals in late August, early September of 2023. Great tournament at a beautiful room that Stephen has down there at Embassy Billiards. Definitely, if you're in the Los Angeles area, check out his room. Great staff, great help, And hey, if you're a bit hungry, Tasty Choice is just across the parking lot, and they've got a cuisine that is simply divine. So keep up the great work down there, Stephen. You're doing a great job with snooker in Southern California, as Jaya and crew are doing a great work with snooker in Northern California up here in the San Jose and Bay Area. Yeah, so I was able to go down for that U.S. Nationals at Embassy Billiards, and they really took care of me greatly. I was down there with the Seattle boys, Christian Youngers, Dave Daly, and Francis Chow. We had lots of fun. Yeah, Stephen last year at that U.S. Nationals came very close to repeating, as he did win the championship the previous year at Ox Billiards in Seattle. But I don't think we've ever had a U.S. national champion that's also been the owner of a room. So hopefully, maybe Stephen, we can come back to Embassy and you can put that into the record books. Right now, the green and the yellow gone down. That's giving a JF 5 points, putting him up to 34. So 12 points in it and 22 on the table. Pink is in a beautiful spot for snookers. And as well, those side pockets. It would have been some shot there by Karuba if he's able to make that. It's just tough to tell if that pink is blocking the shot for this brown to go into the top left corner. Jay is building himself up for it. No, he was trying to get the snooker. Just a little pacey. So quick these cloths are. There you go, Karuba. It's just about doubling them into the side. That's how you get those side pockets to drop. But fantastically enough, as you watch that lat shot, maybe scroll back, his head hardly moved at all. Just at that kind of end when he sees the brown going past his field of vision, he follows it. But so many times with those doubles, players are quickly to jerk themselves. Oh, what a blue. So Karua taking a commanding 2-0 lead. And this best of 7 pivotal third frame is going to be coming up. Can he take a 3-0 advantage, or can Ajay get his first frame on the board? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Stand by, everybody. So I just got a little break here. It's not a scheduled break here. Jay's just had to run to an adjacent table just to clarify a scoring issue. So this might be a good time to get a cool drink or something to eat. And hopefully frame 3 will be coming up very quickly, but keep the stream going. We're going to go nowhere. And when it's back and going, we'll be live. And just going to show you that we need a lot of great people behind the scenes here to help out. Unfortunately, it's a small but great team here, and actually, a lot of the team members are playing matches. Sam McGrath and Nitin Mathay both are in matches right now, so they can't help this one table that's having the issue with their scoring device. So they've brought over the head honcho Ajaya. Unfortunately, is in this match. So one thing I found out back in Vancouver, Canada, it's always tough to play and direct these tournaments. Obviously, this is quite a unique situation that obviously it worked out that all tournament director and both owners of the room are playing matches. As I found back up in Canada, it's just too difficult to be running a tournament and playing. If you're playing and you're running the tournament, you just can't really get into your match. As soon as you kind of step away from a break that you've made or missed shot, you look up and you see a player walking around aimlessly with a scorecard not wanting to go, and then you have to attend to that, and that kind of maybe can put your opponent out a little bit. So Karuba just has got to be mindful, maybe just to feel is this a little break. I think he might have just had a comfort break, maybe just gone out for a quick breath of fresh air. And hopefully we'll be back very soon. So we appreciate all your patience, everybody. Maybe we all should enjoy a comfort break before we get back for frame three of this exciting match. It's a knockout one. Winner goes home. Or winner stays on. I mean, loser goes home. All right, it looks like some technology has been fixed on that other table. Jay and Karuba just having a discussion on it. Hopefully, Karuba isn't shaking a little bit. He's itching to get into this. There's tournament director Nitin coming over, just finding out what the problem is. Technology, what can we say? It can be a blessing and a curse. Definitely, if we have a little break, I might lean you in on a little personal story of some technical hiccups. But let's get going with frame three. Karuba, ready to break off? Appreciate your patience, everyone out there. Sorry for the delay. We know you just want to watch snooker just as much as everybody else here. If you are in actually the Bay Area, down in San Jose, feel free to come on into the club. Admission is free to watch this event. It's at 338 Lincoln Street in San Jose, California. That's where the Academy is. That's where all this great action is taking place this weekend. Is that red out in the open? Looks like it does cut. I think he's going to take that. He's going to take the one closest to the corner pocket. That little break kind of maybe cooled him off a little bit. You got to shake it off. You just got to play when you're ready. Yeah, Karuba, just focus on your game. Obviously, Jay is trying to do his best to focus on his game, but being a co-tournament director, the inventor of this cloud snooker and the technology to get that scoring going, he's got a lot on his head. But obviously, raise the hand to apologize for that fluke. Big shot here. Playing it into the green pocket. It's going to come down table, so needs to make it. Does. Just thought that was going to pull up a little bit more. Even canning off that red was going to take out the momentum, but it just kept rolling. And Karuba's got to just be mindful of that red that's just sitting over the right middle pocket. I know both these players have struggled in the match with the middle pocket, but that's definitely a sitter right there. There is no touching ball there, so furious inside. Didn't even want to put up on his score. He was so angry with himself on that shot. Needs some more pace, and this is. Door is open, Ajaya. What are you going to do in the house? Does he have an angle to get? Obviously, those three reds just above the black. The one in the middle, obviously, is going to not be able to go into the top left. But the one that's just above the black spot, that's what he's got to be playing for. He's able to stand up quite nicely. Not as easy as pie. Yeah, just shaking his head, just swinging his backhand a little bit in frustration. He knew he just came up just a bit too much on that last shot. So Jay definitely needs now a good recovery shot to continue the break going. As he was hoping to. Sometimes your mind just gets a little bit ahead of you. Yeah. But it's bounced out just enough that that's going to be tricky for Karuba. I was definitely fortunate enough to have the great Anyi join me in the booth last year at the Women's U.S. Open. And we got a nice talk about her ways of doing things. And she's like, yes, I'm definitely seeing, 2, 3 shots ahead. That's a great middle pocket shot there by Karuba. But back to Anya, she was saying that she does, yes, when she's looking around planning things out, she's planning 1, 2, 3 shots ahead. But then when it comes down to the shot on, stay in that moment, just be in that shot. Don't get your mind ahead of the other shots you're going to play, because more often than not, when you get ahead of yourself, you are going to be missing that shot. He played that with a little element of safe. The only fortunate part is now he's left 2 middle pockets, 2 reds. Obviously, the one on the right side of the table is a little easier. Slide off that, come down for the black into the top left corner. And there's some open reds, so Jay gets a second chance to score heavily. Just pulled up enough. It was in danger of that red blocking that path to that middle one of 3 over there near the top right corner. It's got an angle to come off the cushion for the black. That black ball worth the 7 points, the highest value on the table. So you always know these players, they like to hang around that one because they can really put a dent in the scorecard there if they get multiple blacks. Yeah, Jay's just got to keep his composure. A little awkward bridging here. But it's a pretty straight in shot, so wasn't that much of a challenge. Very fortunate. You worry sometimes just when it hits that cushion just before the pocket that it might rattle in there, but with the pace, he gave the pocket all the help that it needed for that ball to drop. Just over screwed it a bit. Red is there, but it's tricky. She's coming over. Looks like we've got another technical glitch. So they're just confirming. All right, I guess if they're going to take a little moment. As promised, I had a little technical glitch this morning, shall we say. So I'm rooming in an Airbnb when I come down here. And I am actually, the host is in the suite with me. Oh, Jay's coming back to the table. To be continued on my technical story of the weekend so far. Let's get back to the snooker. He's got an angle to go into those reds by the pink. Canning in them could hold his cue ball for that red that's just above the cue ball right now to this opposite pocket. He's playing middle ball, so he's playing with an element of safe on this one. But the way these tables are running, did he get the snooker? It's tough to tell, and Garuba not looking at it, so it looks like he did. I thought that Jay actually maybe got a few more blacks than that. Not sure that score is quite accurate that he's put up there, but at the end of the day, we have to trust the players. They're the ones that are keeping score. We don't have a designated scorekeeper or referee at these early stages. So what the score is they put up, that is what they believe. Ooh. Go in the corner pocket there. Surprising from Garuba. He's been quite solid in the corners. Both players having a little discussion over there at their scoreboard. I think we need to get these tablets some morning coffee. With the discussion having here, so back to my little technical hiccup. One for the record books, that's for sure. So the host that I'm seeing at the Airbnb is in the place with me. It's a very large apartment, so I'm designated to a room and shared bathroom with another guest, and the host has her bedroom and bathroom all in a separate thing, and everything, all the doors have keypads on it. And now I was given a fob to enter my room and exit my room. So, woke up nice and early today, getting ready for day one for me, for commentating in this great event. And I'm just getting ready to, clean myself up, get in the shower, and then all of a sudden my door shuts. My fob is in my room. My phone is in my room. Everything is in my room, except for my undergarments that I would be changing into after my shower. I'm in trouble, as the host has left already for work. I have no way to get in touch with her. I'm at a loss. What am I to do? I can't get into my room, can't get my phone. It's Saturday morning. I'm reaching out to potentially neighbors saying hello, screaming hello. Nobody's responding. Fortunately enough, I was able to put my new clothes to block the front door because it's on a keypad as well. Able to find a neighbor, able to use their phone to get onto my Airbnb account to find my host, and she was able to give me the keypad number because these also are fob and keypad numbers. And alas, I was able to get in, shower up, tidy up, and get to the room on time. But it was definitely a high level of stress this morning. So technology, we love it, but we can also hate it. Either way, we're back here on the snooker table. So that was my little fun story from San Jose. Definitely one in the record books for me as this adventure of commentating in snooker continues for me. So just wanted to share that with all you people out there. As you have a little bit of patience here, as there has been some delays here and there in this match with some hiccups. It doesn't look like a Jazz hiccuping right now. He's found something. Another pathway and the angle there. Looks like it for that red that's of the two, the lower and one to the right. Maybe it didn't. That was a very wide miss there. That score should be updated. I believe Jay on that last one got it black. That is sometimes the trouble with having the players keeping the score. Is sometimes you get just so wrapped up in the match you just forget to punch in the score. Karuba is definitely a skilled player. Knows how to use the rest. Wow. He's making those corner pockets look like buckets. He's just putting everything right in. Now, is this against the cushion? Big rule of thought with these is have your cue ball hit object ball and cushion at the exact same time, and it will just slide down that rail into the bottom of the pocket. That was the idea. Might have just been off the cushion ever so slightly, like a fraction of an inch. And that just makes it that much more difficult. Okay, it seems like they have been able to punch up the score, but something's going on with our score that the iPad is not talking to our stream. Yes, okay. So a little technical glitch there. We apologize, everybody. Hopefully we can get that figured out. Jay definitely knows that little tactical side there. He's playing a few more snookers than Garuba has. Very nice shot there. Only try those shots when you have got a good handle on this game. Those shots can go terribly wrong, and if the club owner is nearby and you're not too careful, you might have to rip the cloth, and that's going to be an expensive day to the old snooker club. So yeah, at the conclusion of this frame, we'll try and see what we can do about getting that live scoring, as it's just not talking for some reason to our stream. So well, it looks like definitely a match is or the frame has come down to the colors, as we usually see, but the score is just, and it's a table that's far away from you, so I can't even see from my vantage point the iPad that they're using or tablet. Not sure if it's, Androids or Apples or whoever's designing these things these days. Definitely like to, some of those shadows of the World Snooker Tour website at the beginning of the season. They were having troubles with their live scoring thing, but they've corrected that, so hopefully we can correct ours pretty soon. That's going to slow down. It's okay. So let's show what's happening there, and that is a concession there. Okay, so it looks like Ajay took that frame. We're going to stand by, and I'm hopefully going to get that scoreboard updated for all you people. So frame 4 coming up, and we'll be right back. back, everybody. Apologize for those little hiccups. It seems like that we've got 4 tables going here in these great tech whizzes that we have down here in the Silicon Valley. You know, want to give you guys all the best possible footage as we had 4 tables. I think 4 of them were streaming, 4 of them using the tablets for the scoring, and I think it was just a computer overload. The system was saying too much. I'm gonna freeze things, and that's why we had the hiccups on the scoring on the other tables. Then obviously on our previous frame in this table, the score had frozen. So that is up to date. Garuba is leading this match 2-1. He's punching those corner pocket shots like nobody's business. He has a 7-0 lead in this 4th frame. Big one for him. He'd like to take a 3-1 advantage, but Ajay like to make this a match and tie it at 2. We shall see what happens. Black's kind of tied up a little bit. Pink possibly might go. The black spot is kind of covered up a bit too, even if the black goes back. I don't know if it's going to go back on its spot. As when a color ball is pocketed, if its spot is covered by a ball, it goes to the highest point value that's available. Obviously, in this case, it would be the brown. But it's a tough black to pot, so I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. So I appreciate your patience, everybody. It's going to look the first day that we've kind of really had a lot of tables going, a lot of commentary as well. Yesterday there was a bit of streaming going on, and they had a few hiccups and stuff like that, just with some delays on some of the cameras, but nothing to the travesty of all these other scoreboards breaking down today. And yeah, hopefully everything is dialed in. But kudos to everyone involved, Jay and Sam and Nitin, our tournament director. No one lost their cool. They just kind of handled it like, okay. I'm pretty sure inside things are going a lot different, but cool heads prevailed, and we're back to it. So. Karuba. Ooh, I want to take you to the corner store, man. He is just really impressive. Putting those balls in the corner pocket, that's for sure. You can figure out the trick to this, these middle pockets. See, once again, just missing the sides. If he could nail those sides, I think he definitely could be a favorite. Oh, it's not an exhibition, Ajaya. No trick shots. Maybe when the frame is done and dusted, you can pull out those wild shots. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't often. That goes back to that last frame, that mentality of obviously when you hit the cue ball and the cushion at the same time, it just zips down the rail like that last red. But unfortunately for Ajaya, the cue ball found the bottom of the pocket too. He almost fluked that red into the side. It's one way to figure out these middle pockets or Garuba. pull up. Just done that enough. As Ajay looks on steadily. I think he's got the pink to the middle. But we know about these middle pockets. Don't know if he needed to hit it that much. And pink spot might be covered here. If that's the case. Black spot is available. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Both players have a chuckle with each other. It was very close for Ajay going in off again. And look at that green did come down. Oh, actually he did potable, my mistake. Even more laughter. I thought they were just chuckling a bit away by the red not drop, or the cue ball not dropping. Yeah, with all these balls scattered away, there's no real easy path back to the bulk area. Speaking of trick shots, that was quite a nice shot. I think Jay is just saying, yeah, there's nothing to it. Actually, trick shots are like kind of the best shot that you got to play. That's how you play the game. You don't, play the nice easy shots. You got to have added some danger to it. And Guru would just have a little chuckle. But no, you want to keep these shots short and compact. Sweet, control that cue ball. That's the name of the game. If you're gonna be hitting some wild shots all over the place, they will catch up to you. Good opportunity here for Ajay. Give him a healthy lead in this frame. Lots of balls on the open. I want a bit more pace on that cue ball. Almost flicked another red into the side pocket. bet Breakajay takes the lead in this fourth frame. An important one for him. If he's to lose this one, his back will really be up against the wall. Gotta go. Yeah. Too much or too little pace. It's just right in between. It's a little bit less, a bit closer to the pink. A bit more, could have been up for the blue. Hey, but it's corners Karuba. No problem taking that shot. Yeah, who needs 6 pockets, right, Karuba? Doing well with the 4 corner ones. Ooh, commentator's curse. Maybe I cursed him right there. Wow, great shot there by Ajaya. Sometimes when you win those red object balls close to a color ball, sometimes it's just the way they're sorted is just it forces you to have the angle that you have to hit that object ball, that red ball in a certain spot, and it's going to go in no matter what. Ooh, it's a risky shot because he's definitely left a rather easy middle pocket shot, shall we say. But both these players have struggled with the middle one, but in that case, I didn't think Karuba was going to be missing that one, but I think his supporters might have been holding their breath just a little. And now he's got like a mid-range shot into the middle pocket. Once again, yeah, those are shots you gotta make. That's not a good result as well. That dreaded double kiss there. Double kisses are only good in France, not on a snooker table. Wow, did that roll? The Wireka tables that they're playing on. Jay was telling me yesterday that these tables come from Malaysia. And he really enjoys them. They do look a little bit similar to the star tables, a bit. But the legs are not the circular tables, they're more square table legs. But we can definitely see that they are playing quite quickly today, that's for sure. Wow. I think he was playing that maybe with a little element of safe, potentially, going around 3 cushions. I don't mind the aggressive shot taking sometimes of Karuba. It definitely keeps us on our toes. But honestly, in that last shot, I almost thought maybe he should hit off the yellow and get behind the blue. But hindsight's 2020. He wasn't punished for that mistake. And actually, he's been gifted a chance here. All right. That's how you make the middle pocket your friend. Would have liked that to come up and down table and maybe cannon into that red. But he might be able to slide off the red and the brown and get tight to the black. And it was there. He just hit it with too much pace. I'm not sure why he was going for that. He's got to know, in the 4th frame, these are slick tables. Karuba actually was playing yesterday. Jay did have a bye. That was very close. Very close to another corner pocket. Very nicely done there. Beautiful shot there by Karuba. Apologizing a little bit, and we do have a little bit of a heavy door, so that when people are exiting, it might give a little shake, I guess, you might have seen in the room. And no fear, it's not 1989. It's not the great World Series earthquake. Let's hope not. Let's all knock on wood. Don't want that to happen. Jay has an opportunity. Get behind the pink after this red. Yeah, that's one thing I think the difference in these 2 players is Karuba definitely likes to take things on. He has played some, tactical play when needed, but there's been a few times that I've been a bit surprised by his choices, but they're his choices. He's entitled to make that. Don't think Jay's going to put him back there. But then as well, you see the Jay at that last shot. He played that snooker to perfection. As you can see, he's been awarded the 4 penalty points. Now, it could be put back, so we're not in snooker's required stage. But just got a bit too into it. Jay just a bit disgusted. Would you dare just to go off the top cushion? Trying to nestle behind that black? That's crazy talk. Very nice shot there. Good out. Fortunately, he's left a yellow onto these dreaded middle pockets, but I don't think he's going to be too concerned about it. Going from yellow to green to brown is very difficult. Oh, could have done with Kenny into the brown to break it out. Caught up nicely on the green. I just wonder if he's just pushed that blue. Yeah, it looks like it. That brown will not pass into the top right corner. Very nice shot, yeah. Hit it with any bit of pace, and that was going to definitely rattle out. And yeah, looking all the way down to the other side of the room, I can see that that red is not going to pass the blue. Definitely digging in. Does need the pink as well. So no clear winner right now in this frame. Oh, is he fortunate with the black to get the cover? Don't think so. But he might have taken away the potting angle. He's definitely playing with the devil there, that Garuba, that's for sure. That was definitely a tricky pot to play on. It's fortunate that I think he's kind of alright. He's left a long pot on here for a Jaya into the green pocket with this blue. Just a regular safe shot there. I think it's a good cue ball. This is definitely a shot that a Garuba would take on. Yeah, he's taking it on with quite a style. Obviously, slowing down the pace of that shot gives the pocket all the chance to gobble up that blue. But if he does that, then it might just sit there for an easy shot if it misses. So he's taking these shots on with pace. Now, does he play the tactical shot? Come off the right side of the blue and get behind that black. He's got to be doing that because oh, but he might not have got it. There might be an opening. It's a good blue. He's put himself into the driver's seat, but 45-33, 13 points on the table. There's a little cross double here. Watch out for that cue ball. Oh, deadly. I think Karuba's going to put him back in. So 6 points in it. Jaya at the table right now. Needs just the pink to tie this match at 2 frames apiece. Karuba needs pink and black to take a commanding 3-1 lead and be on the doorstep of moving on to the next round. And this is not looking good for Ajaya. He's tying the noose already. But the black is in a tough spot, that's for sure. But I think you just got to be mindful of the pink. And get that shot in. Be surprised if he refused this into the corner pocket and just waiting for the adjacent table. Ahmet is just taking a shot and using the rest, so doesn't want to force himself into anything. Karuba here. Oh, so close. This is a tempter. How are your nerves? It's there. What's this cue ball doing? What's this cue ball doing? Jaya's heart skipped about 1,000 beats right there, so he takes that frame to tie us at 2 frames apiece. It's a whole new match now. We're getting down to it. Frame 5 coming up right after this. And we're back here for a very important frame 5. Karuba set to break off. Yeah, Jay is able to crawl himself back into this match, taking the last 2 frames. Let's see if he can continue that momentum to nab the 5th frame and take a 3-2 lead, but obviously Karuba wants to stop the bleeding. Got the first 2 frames on the board. As long as those corner pockets are open for Karuba, I'm pretty sure he'll be potting. But I wonder if he just might. If Karuba might just slow down a bit on that aggressive play. He has been quite aggressive. He's taken his chances. It's almost shadows of the world champion Luca Bacel. Bacel would, take on his shots. And if he missed, he missed. Knowing that he probably could have another chance or would have another frame. So, but Karuba sticking to the game plan as he took on that long red into the corner. Fortunately, it missed. It was left to Jaya with a relatively easy opener. I think he's got the angle to come up for the pink. Oh, we spoke too soon. It's sometimes very interesting, the amateur game. We're all fans of this great game, and we tune in to watch the pros, and it's always surprising when they miss, because we just expect them to make everything. The amateur game, well, we're going to miss our fair share for sure, but it definitely does get really exciting when they start to build up a high break. And I believe so far the high break of the tournament is by Sam McGrath, as at a 35. But there's a lot of great players. Some had buys, so they're going to be playing their first match today, and I could possibly see that high break being eclipsed by someone. Maybe one of these players. But you can check out all the stats at cloudsnooker.com. You can see who your favorite player is, how they did, if they're still in the tournament, what the playing format is, the high breaks, the match scores, even live scoring, as I think they've taken down some of the video streams but kept the tablets working for the live scoring on the Cloud Snooker app. As well, if you're in the San Jose area, we're here at the Papsa Snooker Academy at 338 Lincoln Street in the heart of Silicon Valley. We're glad you're tuning in on the stream here at California Snooker's page on YouTube. Feel free to tell your friends, your lovers, anyone that you know that enjoys the great game of snooker. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to write it up in the chats, and do let me know where you're tuning in from. This game of snooker is quite global, so we reach all corners of the earth. Yeah, he's trying for those tricky side pockets. Orange, he's left a red on for a Jaya. It's all around all right. He does have an angle on the green to its own pocket to come off the cushion and, hopefully disturb a bunch of those reds in the middle of the table. As he's just waiting for a fellow competitor on a adjacent table just to finish off their shot. Now Jay can get down to business. That's a shot Jay makes 99 out of 100 times. Just drops his head and slowly saunters back to the scoreboard to punch in his score. He knew that was an opportunity that was missed. Having a little moment with himself, but again, those crafty side pockets are becoming the Antichrist for Karuba. Don't think that pink goes into the top left, because you would really think that the Jaya would be trying that red out in the open into the right middle. But we know how both these players are feeling about the middle pockets on this table. Thinking our next batch of matches, there might be Sargon Isaac, who's a great shot. Saw him down at the U.S. Nationals. So maybe hopefully we can get him on the table. If you want to voice, if you've looked at Cloud Snooker, let's see what matches are coming up. Scheduled for 2 p.m. Yeah, let us know if you have any feedback, if there's a match you want to see. Jay hoping just for a little cannon into a red. Didn't want to shoot back up to the bulk area. But those 4 reds in a row, the bottom one might be able to. The angle's there, obviously, and it's open to pot it into the top right. I'm just wondering if you might act like a shot to nothing here. The problem is that one red out in the open. That's going to open up things. A very aggressive shot there, and let's see. Well, there's a thin cut. It's going to definitely test Ajaya's eyesight into the left middle. There's also one into the left middle that's just below the pink that I think he's going to take on. Oh, thought about it. As our good friend Ken Doherty said, wiped its feet before it went in. And didn't want to take on one of those side pocket shots. So, big opportunity here. That aggressive shot making by Karuba might bite him here. It's definitely got the angle on the yellow to come down. It doesn't have to come down that much, so might actually just take the brown and screw it back for the red into the left middle. he did have an angle to stun it. Very nicely done. Ooh, that needed to go a bit more. This might be end of break here for Ajaya. I think it might be taken on the green, but just the blue. Yeah, I wasn't really going to leave a red on by taking that on, so. The thing is, if he does make that blue, he's still at the table in command, so he can definitely, potentially, if there wasn't a red on, he could play a safe shot. But what is safe with Karuba? He is still aggressively taking on these corner shots, which is nice to see. Doesn't seem like he's getting burned a whole lot. You know, Ajay should have scored a lot more heavily on that last break, but still built up a 23-1 lead. Important frame here, big decider here. It's actually not a decider, but you take a 3-2 advantage, just that one frame away from moving on. But they do say that last frame to win is always the toughest. The first frame that you win is always good to get early, so you feel like you're in the match. There's a very nice, positive, and full of power middle pocket shot by Karuba. Unfortunately, his colored is rather to be decided, but it looks like that's pink into the yellow pocket. Definitely that area with the brown and the blue is looking very dangerous. If a player can sneak that cue ball in there, that will give his opponent a world of nightmares. Didn't have to hit that hard, but fortunately for him, I think the black has come to his rescue. It is day 3 of this Q Tour stop, the second leg of it in North America. We're at the PAPSA Snooker Academy in San Jose, California, USA. David Burney's in the booth, hoping to take you away from the everyday and just enjoying some great snooker action. It's been an interesting match to watch. We've had a few hiccups, obviously, with some technical issues, just with scoring and stuff like that. But everyone was keeping a cool head, and the problems were solved. Winner of this match will book their ticket to Sarajevo to play in the final of the Q Tour stops with the potential of earning a Pro Tour card. So it's nice to see that in the Americas we're getting some tournaments that do have some prestige. I think they're well aware over there on the global scene, the world body in England, that in the Americas people do really enjoy their snooker. Obviously, Canada, where I'm from, had a rich history. 1980 world champion Cliff Thorburn. The man in the white suit made a fantastic 147 at the Masters, talking none other than the great Kirk Stevens, and also some fun characters like Bill Werbeniuk. A man actually tried to write off lager for tax purposes when he lived in England. So lots of fun, and that's just a few. Those are the couple of the big hitters. As way back in 1982, at the Australian Open, three of the four semifinalists were Canadian: Bill, Kirk, and Cliff, and Doug Mountjoy was the other one. But Canada does have a rich history. There's guys like Jim White and Brady Golan, Alain Robidoux, probably the last Canadian to hold a tour card. Bernie Mickelson. There's a long list. I know I'm gapping for a few names, but there hasn't been that many names coming from America. So it's great to see what Jaya, the president of the United States Snooker Association, is doing, as well with the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. He's doing a great job to really create interest. And I must admit, these tables are top draw. We're seeing balls just run ever so smoothly. It's a quick table. I know he's trying his best to give the best conditions for the players, and these are pretty top draw. I don't think really many people are complaining too much. Obviously, they might complain a little bit about the tables if they're losing. There's our good friend in Vancouver, Bruce of Billiards Plus, does great table mechanic work, and he hears the complaints here and there. But his one question to people, he asks, "Are you winning or losing?" Because nobody really complains when they're winning about the table or their cue or the atmosphere. It's got no side pockets. It's the kryptonite for Karuba tonight, or today, I should say. We're early on. We're going to be here all day long. Our next batch of matches are scheduled to be at 2 p.m., and we're going to conclude the day at 6 p.m. And then tomorrow we will have, I believe, definitely the finals and semis, and I think the quarterfinals might be scheduled as well early on. So lots of great snooker action all weekend long here at the PAPSA Academy in San Jose. Oh, is he got by that blue? Mm, Unfortunately, that red, obviously near the blue spot, is out there, and he can hit that. I think, yeah, I don't think he's got behind the blue enough just to take out the other reds. This is gutsy. Coming off the cushion just then. Oh, very nicely done. I thought he might come off that cushion and go for that red that didn't go in, kind of cutting it in, but he used that red to make the pocket successful. Now he's got to he's going to echo the shot and take on this blue all the way down the table. Almost seems like the shot, but the black actually will put him onto another red. That's the big thing with this. But being a blind cut, it's that much more difficult. But obviously when he was down on the shot, that's all he had to be thinking of. Couldn't think of that blue or anything like that. Once you're committed to the shot and you're down on the shot, that's where all the focus must take place. When you're walking around the table, chalking your cue, thinking about the shots, yeah, there's that shot, but once the commitment has taken place, all focus, all keys, all systems go on that one shot. Yeah, it's been fortunate that there's nothing relatively easy. Obviously, this red by the middle pocket does go down into the top right corner. Definitely had to think about it, but did find the bottom. Good opportunity here for Ajay to increase his lead. There's no harm in taking blue balls right now. Yeah, got a nice angle on this red to come back up the blue. So it's got to be tough for Karuba. Came out just playing really well. Fortunately, in that third frame, there was a little bit of a delay as the scoring systems weren't working out too well, and Ajay had to excuse himself. But Karuba's got to understand that he's one of the owners of the room, kind of organizer, all that stuff. So at some point his someone was going to call on his duties that needed to happen. Just gotta hope for just a chance, possibly. He's not out of it. This is just the fifth frame of a best of 7. Ooh, just need to pull up just a little bit. I think he's a little straight. Yeah. If he was just below the blue, it'd have the natural angle to go up for the yellow. So now you just gotta use the rest a little bit more difficult. Tough part, a little bit of the scoring not live, as it's the opponent that's marking the score. Not sure where we're standing right now, but Jay would like to be better onto that green. And that's a concession there. So, Ajaya roaring along, taking 3 in a row. Can the bleeding stop for Karuba and force us into the decider? We'll find out in frame 6. See you soon. And we're back here. Frame 6. Very important one here for Karuba. He's got to just take a few deep breaths, maybe ease off on that aggressive shot making. Seemed like it was working out well for him early on in this match, but now it's kind of caught up with him. Jay has punished him a bit more for those costly misses. But you know, when he starts banging balls into the corner pocket like that, how can you stop him? Maybe he's found out the side pocket. Love to get the black back on its spot. Was there a gap through that yellow and brown? No, it doesn't look like it. Jay's not to bother with it. Pathway here for this red into the yellow pockets? Could be. Hmm. Close. As they say, no cigar. Yeah, Dre's just really got to start. He's been building it up of punishing Karuba for these aggressive, long corner pots that he's trying to make. That was tricky. And cue ball was up against the cushion, makes that much more difficult. Those side pockets hurting both of these players. Really a chance to get in. It's going to be an advantage for both players getting that black back on its spot. Just don't know if that pink goes by that red to the top right. I'm not sure the angle there of that red, if he could hold for it. Pathway for this blue. Looks like he does. Nice little cannon into that pink to be on that red. Good chance here for Karuba. Desperately wanting to send us to a decider. Don't know if he needed to take it that hard. But builds up a 20-1 advantage. I don't think Jay can get past that pink to put the red in the top right. Oh, I think he was just having blue dreams there. Just thinking about the blue just a bit too much. That thought might have just creeped into there, and that's why he missed that shot. Surprised he just didn't go up and down table. I was going to avoid the bulk colors here. Can't into any of them. Just wants to go in and out of bulk to get them back down on the table after this blue. Very nicely done. Beautiful shot there by Karuba. Yeah, talking to Sam McGrath, one of the owners here, he's like, He was letting me know that this was going to be a good match. These are two good players, so really hasn't disappointed. A lot of ups and downs. We're not at the end yet, but just looks to the heavens after that shot. Why side pockets? Why? I think Kerwin might be okay. My good friend Raymond McCarthy has come into the room, so good to see him. This match will be 2 p.m. Wow, that's really nice. Those plant shots sometimes, they're a lot easier when two red balls are glued together and the angle's right there, but the distance between cue ball and one red and then that red and the following red sure was a bit straight, but Jay's just got to get in his Zen master stage and just, flow along. Jay's just got to take it one step at a time. There's a lot of potential points out here. Just don't get ahead of yourself. Stay in the moment. Might have maybe been playing for that red by the pink, but overscrewed it, but not a problem. He's got another red on. He's okay. He's got that red. Close to the top right corner. There's just some action on the adjacent table that Ajay is waiting for. Very nicely done. Got a good angle to stun on this black. Just ever so roll up, around by the pink spot and be on that red that's just left of it. This is a good response here from Ajay. Needed it, trailing 35-1. Just obviously with the updating scores, I'm pretty sure he's pretty close to getting a tie game. Right angle on the blue. He's just playing all the right shots right now. So again, if you can just run through this blue, will be on the red just right by the pink. He's playing like he's got ice in his veins. This has been a Very nice contribution here by Ajay and building. He's got the angle to get behind this red after the black. Very nicely done. Let's see, if he was a left-hander, he might be able to come by and straddle the table. The left side, but needing to use the rest. Wow. It's like poetry in motion when there's a great break going. Just needs to gently roll this in. Doesn't need to do much with the cue ball. Can't, obviously, because it's close to the cushion. This is setting up really nicely. Oh, it's a tough game. Karuba can just do nothing. I think he'll probably look back at this match and maybe just start thinking a little bit more tactical. There were some shots, some aggressive shot making that he had. Just didn't get into that as much as he wanted. Kind of grimaces off table. Shake of the head. To be a little bit higher on that brown. Now the scores will be totaled. Suspense, everyone. Where do they stand? There we are. So 23 in it, and there's 22 on the table. So Karuba does need a snooker and then run the balls to keep his chances alive of winning this tournament and going to Sarajevo to play in the final Q Tour stop. But that is just, and there's a concession right there. Wow, what a match there, filled of ups and downs. Jaya just found something in that third frame. Maybe that little technical break might have pushed the momentum for him, but still, Karuba, good effort. He's quite a potter. I think once he just gets a little bit more handle on those side pockets and a bit tactical, he'll be one to watch, that's for sure. So we're going to just sign off for a little bit. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I believe it is. I don't think we have daylights just yet. It's David Burney in the booth. I'll be coming back and seeing you at 2 p.m. And we're looking forward to joining you for some more great action from this Q Tour stop, leg 2, at the PAPS Snooker Academy in San Jose, California. We'll talk to you soon, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back to the PAPSA Snooker Academy here in San Jose, California. It's the second leg of the Q Tour event. We've got another exciting match coming up here. We've got Sargon Isaac. People are touting him as one of the favorites probably to win this tournament, taking on Fawad Saki. It's David Burney in the booth. We're happy that you're joining us here on the live stream. You can also California Snooker's YouTube page. You can also check out all the live scoring of other matches that are going on Cloud Snooker. It looks like Fawad is just attending to some business. Gotta make a call. I was helping out a friend actually. Trying out a rough go. I think there might have been a flat tire or something like that he had to help and pick him up and bring him to the room so he won't get penalized. So cell phones are off. Handshakes have been had. Sargon will break off in this best of 7 match. So sit back, everybody, and enjoy the great snooker action. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to let us know on the stream. It's a live chat. Great place for good snooker discussions. But let's keep it clean, family show. And as well, feel free to let me know where you're tuning in from, as it's a great global game, this game of snooker. And we'd love to hear where everyone is tuning in from. I wonder if Fawad's going to be punished for that long attempt. Both players just getting a clarification on just making sure everything's in the right place. Looks like Fawad had his cue on his chair, and not a great place to be because he wants hopefully he's not sitting too much, that's for sure. Wants to be at the table. But Sargon's definitely a man that's played this game a lot. Definitely knows what it takes to win. Interesting talking to him a little bit before the match. He was quite an accomplished junior player in his younger days. So it's always tough when you play a sport and you play it to a high degree, and then sometimes life comes in the way as you don't make a go of it as a professional, and you have to find other means of paying the rent and careers start, and that kind of takes you away from the game. Definitely Sargon was mentioning that it's always tricky because you think you're good at the game, but when you come back you're just not as good as you used to be. But we'll see how this one pans out. Just in the beginning stages, I think both players are going to probably be pretty strong once they get into the rhythm of it. So no referee really at the table, so they're both going to referee themselves, but always potential maybe of a re-rack if it's a tit for tat, so both players just having a discussion, I think, about that. It's tough to tell as I'm quite far away from them in the booth. Now, the tournament director is just coming over to clarify any rules. Sargon, who was a quarterfinalist this past year at the U.S. Nationals down at Embassy Billiards. Look at that shot. Back a little bit. Fortunately, that red is going to be hampering that black to make it potable into the top left corner. But that's a statement shot definitely there. You can let your opponent know that you've come to play. Took his medicine there, just didn't force to take on a very tricky color pot. Just knew, okay, let me just play safe. I'm pretty sure he's aware of Sargon's ability, Fawad is. Trying just for the containing safety, but unfortunately the double kiss here. See, this is the easier of the two. Just wanted to roll a little more, but yeah, I just want to know that other red that's just to the left of the black spot. If he was able to take that one in with some top, he could have come off two cushions and been on the black. But last cut shot, he's at least on the black. He can give it a chance. Let's see what Falwell can make of this opportunity. Looks like Falwell's just looking for a spider. Need to be comfortable with all these tools of the game. Just unfortunate canning into that red. Took the momentum out of the cue ball. Now, Falwell has already played a match in this tournament, so this is Sargon's first. He's a more higher seeded player, so he was given a bye, so we'll see how that kind of turns out as these tables are very, very quick. Sargon's adapting quite nicely. That's a great weight on that cue ball, putting it tight to the bulk cushion. Fawad doesn't have much of the cue ball to work with. He's got to worry cueing down, doesn't want to put any unwanted side on it. He might have gotten away with that one. apologize for the little bit of the glitching and the tracing on the stream. I think we've got a lot of things going, and there's other tables that are in play. I'm using the scoring software on the tablets. I think some other tables might have some video streams, so that really chalks up a lot of data and technical talk. So hopefully we can fix up those problems, but they don't seem to be too jarring. Just every so often a little distortion comes up. This could be maybe a possible costly miss. The angle for Sargon, that bottom red of the three in the middle, can he stun down beyond the black into the same pocket? Yeah, he's just in between shots, it looks like. But the red of the three, and that red by the middle cushion, or pocket, I should say. Those fast tables, I don't think Sargon was expecting it to run that much. This match is just going to come down to who is really going to capitalize on the mistakes that their opponent makes. Decent effort there by Sargon. Shot to nothing, so he's back safely in bulk. Fawad just waiting for the adjacent table. We've got an all-Irish battle. We're on table 3, our good friend Merriman McCarthy. Well, these safe shots are quite exquisite right now for Sargon. Yeah, definitely a lifelong student of the game. Doesn't force anything, knows when it's time to play safe, and he's doing well with his weight on that cue ball for his safe shots to put it rather close to that bulk cushion. Trying to force Fawad to make a mistake. Good counter. green safety there. Definitely thought about that one a little bit, but played it nicely and is wonderfully on the black. You wanted that to roll a bit more. This blue ball is going to have to come in and out of bulk. Maybe we can stun it up between the... It's going to be tricky to go through between the brown and the yellow. Nice recovery. Oh, what can Sargon do? Nice break of 28 there by Fawad. Sargon just taking a look at the scoreboard. That should be all up to date. 39-1. Looks like there's just a little discussion on the score. Both players just having a discussion off camera. Okay, so it's a 22 break. So what's great about this game, both players will have a conference about it. As we don't have referees just yet at every table, but slow and steady, we're working at it. The game is growing here in America, and it's regrowing back up in Canada. So, because it continues to grow, we're going to get more and more people helping out. So that's what we need. We do love our players on the table, providing some great drama. But it's also nice when we can have referees and dedicated scorekeepers for each table, just to make the production that much better and give you folks at home some great entertainment on this last Saturday in February. Don't forget, we got one extra day this year in February, the 29th. Will be coming up later this week. And that's going to be a little difficult as Sargon has done his Alex Higgins and just removed his vest. He'll be coming to the table, but both gentlemen wearing dark pants and a white shirt. And both have a nice beard and a nice coif of hair. So I'll do my best to remind you all who is at the table. Sargon right now is at it, trailing by 38 points in his first frame of a best of 7. That's always a confidence booster. Put in a nice long red. Just after our friend Nino was complimenting on Sargon's nice vest, he's retired it from this match. See, on a club table, you almost think that red ball was going to roll and be available into the green pocket, but these super slick cloths, I believe they're Hainsworth match cloth, I've heard, on the 3 tables that we have, and one table has the Strawn Superfine. And these are Wiranka tables coming all the way from Malaysia. Do look a lot like the Stars, but clubroom owner or co-owner Jay Pradhakar says he really enjoys these tables that come from Malaysia. Likes them actually a little bit better than the Stars. How's that for a shot? With his opposite hand, too. Very impressive. That red was. So 45 in it, 35 on the table. We do have a ruling, obviously, when all the reds are gone down, that once the reds are gone, if you need 4 or more snookers to win the match, then it's a concession. Looks like he's got one there. Or is there a thin gap through by that pink? I think he's got it here. Yeah, the yellow's kind of the only really nice ball to get a snooker behind. A really dangerous one, that is for sure. It's got the snooker there, but I think Fawad can just swerve ever so gently. Fortunate kiss with the red into the blue, but it's making a nice. Just as I say that, Fawad disrupts that yellow. It's a very nice shot there. Should be an easy escape here for Fawad, but we had the angle almost to pot it. Yeah, we could be into this frame for a little bit. Sargon needs snookers to get him back into this frame, so he's not going to be leaving an easy shot unless he makes a careless mistake to put Fawad back in. Decent attempt on the double. I think if Fawad is to take that red down, there will be a concession, because there is also, with that last red, there's potential of a free ball situation for Sargon. Obviously, a free ball can happen when you can't hit both sides of your object ball. In that case, the red. Hmm. Interesting. Could potentially get behind the blue here. Speaking of getting behind the blue, Falwad has a good opportunity here. Those quick cloth. Popped out that yellow, so didn't get the snooker behind the blue. Yeah. 38 and 27 in it, but looks like there's a gap between the green and pink. This is going to be trouble for Sargon, I think. Has left that yellow out. Falwad coming around to look at the potting angle. Needs this to get the first frame on the board of this best of 7 match. Yeah, didn't have to slam it in. If his opponent needs snookers, he could afford to gently baby that shot in there. Let the cushions do its work if it was off. Sargon just wanted a little maybe potting practice there. So Falwad takes this first frame of this best of 7 match, but we will be right back with frame 2. Feel free to join us. Looks like Sargon just had to take a little comfort break. It is allowed. Frames here, obviously, but there is no mid-session interval. These best of 7. But I think both players are just instructing their fan clubs where to go, as they are on the TV table. We're live streaming here at the Papsa Snooker Academy in San Jose, California. Second leg of the Q Tour event. David Burney is in the booth. We're happy that you're joining us from wherever you're tuning in from. So Sargon just came into the room and got a little piece of equipment. There's a thing called the claw. Now the claw goes onto a countertop, and you can rest your cues off there nicely. And, not sure of our other fellow Irishman that Raymond McCarthy is playing, but as Sargon came up, the gentleman did the right move. He was down on the shot, but got up. So many people, you don't have to take the shot all the time when you're down. A lot of people get down on the shot and feel like they must take the shot. But if you're not ready, pull yourself up. If someone does walk through your line of shot, obviously they're not doing it on purpose. It is not a huge auditorium we have here, so people have to be mindful sometimes that there is play in action, but sometimes you can get caught up in the moment. Sometimes people are a bit upset that, someone walks through their shot or closes the door, but when you're down on the table, you can always pull yourself up. So, nice red by Fawad. See if he can continue the train going. It's always tough with those blind cuts. Go for that cue ball. Even our stream got a little excited there. Wanted to leave us in anticipation to see if that cue ball was going to drop. Just didn't want to cannon into that black. Good to hear the support out there for Fawad and Sargon. If you're out there in the chat, feel free to put your support out there. I'm pretty sure they'll somehow feel it through the ethos of the internet. There's open reds down at the business end of the table for Sargon. The black is nicely in the open, but definitely would like to get that black back on its spot sooner than later. It's just such a great tool to make a profitable break. I'm surprised he didn't maybe go for a bulk color. Maybe was their angle on that yellow to come back down, but he'll know better than we do. It all comes down to your own percentages as well. It's a tricky cut on the pink, but obviously that red is hampering the blue. Ooh, trying a little. Trying a little ping pong shot of there, or maybe pinball, shall we say. Now, yeah, it was definitely tough, and he just cut it way too thin. Sargon could take this red in and draw back for the black into the opposite middle pocket and potentially get the black back on its spot. And ooh, oh, but he fluked it. Wow. But as your opponent, you got to know that those happen. Most of the time in these matches that you'll see a lot of time that the flukes really kind of even themselves out, as much as sometimes in the early stages of a match you feel like your opponent's getting so many flukes and you feel you're not catching any breaks. But as the match goes longer, the flukes start to move into your advantage. Hopefully Sargon can kind of clean up that pink. Also like to get that red away as well to the right of the black. Then that clears the black to be potted in both top corner pockets. Just doesn't want to be straight on it. Just tough, obviously, to tell from our vantage point. And, we're working baby steps on getting our production higher and higher. And hopefully, soon enough, we can get some people and some roving cameras down on the floor like they do over there on the professional circuit. But hey, we'll take what we can get. We've got live amateur snooker here in San Jose, the heart of Silicon Valley. Nicely done. Nice to see our friends in the Arizona Snooker Academy. That academy room actually has the U.S. National Trophy in its clubhouse, as Darren Taylor was able to snatch that away from defending champion Stephen Wong this past September at the U.S. Nationals. A bit surprised that we're not seeing Darren Taylor up here or Ramil, but life is busy sometimes. Obviously, we're all amateurs here. We're doing it for the love, where professionals get paid. So that red to the right and below the white does go past those reds into the top right corner. Sargon's just asking for our tournament director to spy something, look at something. Yes, he just sees a mark on the cue ball. There's our good friend Amit Karki coming in. He's a player in the tournament, but hey, he's done his match, but he'll come in and help the progression of this match and clean the cue ball. Amit's giving it the works, that's for sure. The Amit and Sargon have a little chuckle. It was just a little dusting of chalk on the cue ball. Not sure what chalk that Sargon or Farwad uses, but a lot of these players, as much as it's pretty pricey, are starting to use the Tome chalk from Finland, and they don't leave a lot of marks on the cue ball as opposed to the old triangle chalk and Masters chalk. Probably going to come off the side cushion for the pink. Ooh. Came up rather quickly. I wonder if he saw a kick or something like that, or just not a good contact. Keys were in the ignition. The car was running for Sargon, so not sure what happened there. I think both these players know you got to be careful. A sloppy mistake can really put you in your seat for quite a while. Oh, had the right weight on that shot. It just rattled in the jaws and refused to drop for Farwad. Up on their small little pool table, the 4x8s, those pockets are a lot bigger, but on a snooker table, these pockets are almost like, I think the standard is 3.5. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there on the stream. And these balls are 2 1/16 of an inch wide, so there's not a lot of room for mistakes when it comes to these corner pockets and side pockets. Sargon just waiting for Raymond McCarthy on the opposing table to take his shot. Didn't mind that little kiss on that red. Took a little momentum out of his cue ball. Really good opportunity here now for Sargon. He's got a nice angle. He's going to draw it back. It's done through. He might try and hope for the pink, but he knows his abilities and got a good angle on the blue to come back down table. Looks like he's going to take the red and come off 2 cushions and come back down. Great delivery there. You know, he didn't really hit it that hard, but look how far his cue ball traveled. No. This cloth is very slick, so you're going to get a lot of run, that's for sure. You know, he's left a red into the left middle. Did see in our last match, not sure if you were joining us for that, but both Karubi and Ajaya were having trouble with those middle pockets. But these 2 players don't seem to have a problem. They know there's 6 pockets on the table, and they're going to use all of them to their advantage. This would be quite a steal for Fawad if he's able to do it. It's going to be tricky in the one visit, but ooh, just cursed him there too. Commentator's curse riles its head. Wow, what a shot there. Absolutely scintillating. Took on that road, red, drew it back nicely. Kind of, it's got the angle on this red, or this black to stun into it, and beyond the red into the same pocket. Gonna do the rest, but he's still on it. Yeah, we've got a lot of players definitely from the Bay Area. Obviously, that's where we are here in San Jose. San Francisco's a short drive northbound. But definitely get in touch with PAPSA. Send them an email if you're a room owner in the Americas. I think this is just the start of these Q Tour events. There's going to be more next season. And they're always looking for various rooms that can host. Not sure exactly what the whole criteria of hosting a room. But definitely send them an email. It's good exposure for your room, that's for sure. It gets on a global scene. Obviously, sometimes some room owners are a bit frustrated with tournaments as there's not much money coming into their club. They've got a business to run. But in turn, they might lose a little bit of money of the day's revenue with the tournament being on. But your club will be on a national stage of hosting a prestigious tournament. And that will travel throughout the world of community of snooker. Sargon bouncing back quite nicely in this second frame, does have a commanding lead. fact been his frame ball. Actually, really put a lot of snookers required, that's for sure. As with only 43 on the table and 44 in it, Fawad does need snookers. It looks like he's got one here. Might have a little, yeah, jacking up a little bit as Sargon to swerve it a bit, but he's missed. Oh, and he's hit the pink. So both players just confirming to make sure all the balls are respotted correctly. It's 5 and point foul. I don't think, yeah, there's a free ball there. So if there's a free ball, I think Fawad would have come to the table. So this is starting to get costly. This frame could slip away from Sargon. A lot of good support for Sargon in the chat. Come on, where's my Fawad fans as well? Give him some support. Fawad's just going to tally up the score. Just to make sure it's up to date so Sargon can see what the difference is and what arithmetic he needs to pull. That's thin. That's really thin. So thin, that's going to give you some sleepless nights. Great shot there. She's just going to tap up to the yellow here. Is he tempted by the black? It's a long pot, but if he just rolls through ever gently, he's got that the red by the pink. It's early stages, you know, come a decider. I think he's definitely going up to the yellow, but with the one frame advantage, if he makes it, could be a favorite to take the frame and get a 2-frame advantage. He's just going to play the higher percentage shot. Don't know. He's going to put him back there. Okay. See, this would help a little bit if, you know, maybe they put a little mark with chalk, or maybe even a coin down, stuff like that. So his third attempt is coming up. If he's to fail here, he'll have one more attempt. Vinny DeSanti is asking in the chat room, apropos, sounds good, how many putbacks? There's 3 putbacks, so a total of 4 attempts. My apologies. After 3 foul no miss attempts, the non-offending player can have the option of playing from that position or put their player back in. So while they were discussing this, we just clarified that. So 2 putbacks and 3 attempts when we're in a foul in this situation. They're both just having a look at the scoreboard. You hit the blue, hit the pink. So unfortunate there, like Sargon and Falwad are just trying to have a discussion just to make sure that everything's all right. And tables are pretty close, and our good friend Ray McCarthy just trying to calm down their chit chat, just because they've got a match there. I believe he. So hopefully, with the growth of the sport in America, we can get those referees on the table, and these discussions will be all but nothing. So, but both players kind of discuss both. Nobody wants to win by cheating. It leaves a poor taste in your mouth, that's for sure. So as long as they both can agree, they'll carry on. Oh, a nice little green and blue wall has come to the rescue of Sargon there. Is snookered in there. There's a little smart move there by Fawad. He's just kind of marking on the rail just where his cue ball was. But doesn't need to go back. Successful shot. Hit on the red. But he's left a long pot open. A tempter definitely for Sargon. Sargon might be one of our shorter players, but he's not short in ability. Very strong player, but he will definitely have to use the rest more often than not. He's got a couple cues. First, he thought he was going to use that one cue with a little mini butt extension. Back to this other cue that he doesn't need to use the rest. Kind of reminds me of Luca Bissell in the 2018 Masters. He's the only player to come down into the alley pally to the table with 2 cues. People scratch their heads a little bit. Unfortunately, Luca wasn't victorious in that match against Mark Allen, as Mark Allen went on to win that tournament. Well, maybe Luca had the last laugh as he's won a world championship, and the Northern Irishman, Mark Allen, has not. But so it needs the pink and the yellow. Put us in the Snooker's required stage. It's nice on the green. Kind of want to finish off the frame here. Doesn't want to give his opponent a chance to come back to the table. Yeah, with that blue going safe, if this brown goes in, I don't think Fawad's going to come back. Oh, I do remember from Deliverance, dueling banjos, but it looks like Sargon's got dueling cue sticks. And that's a concession there by Fawad. So this match is tied 1 apiece. We've got a match, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Frame 3 will be coming up shortly. And we're back here at Frame 3 action of our featured TV match here between Sargon Isaac and Fawad Sadiq. I apologize to any Fawad fans. I just met Fawad, so many apologize if I'm pronouncing his last name incorrectly. Doing my best. Some of these players are very new to me. Some I know from some past events. But in any case, both these players can play the game, that's for sure. Let's see if Sargon can continue the momentum from that second frame victory. Can Fawad get back into his winning ways. Important third frame, obviously. Puts you up two frames to 1. Fawad might be just. Does he see a plant in the cluster of reds there? Brave shot, because if it doesn't go, he's going to be, I think, in a world of hurt. Does see something in the bunch. Wow. Great shot. Fortunately, just a little. Was able to get on a color. Well, at first glance, he looks to be okay. Just got to be a little bit mindful of the in-off. This has got to be ultra thin. Oh, very nice. Very, very nice shot there. Gonna open up the black a little bit and got a nice safe shot back into the bulk area. Has taken really the right side of the table out of the equation for Sargon. So I guess another thin snick on that red near the pink. Good counter from Sargon there. It's a little tough to see. Maybe this red on the near the top. Yeah, you found a path. Has brought a red up table. It's tough because Sargon doesn't want to be queuing over that blue. Decent effort, but as we like to call out, those shots to nothing. Potential of going on, but the main intention obviously was to get that cue ball back to the bulk end. Sargon's gonna roll up his sleeves and take that red that's closest to his cue ball in the top right and screw it back. What does Fawad do? Can he punish that mistake? Just gonna roll this in, and probably if he gets near the bulk cushion, he's gonna have an angle on the brown. But it wasn't meant to be. Yeah, he didn't chance the cross double there. Just the double, I mean. Open things up. Fortunately, Canada into that blue. Do apologize for the picture being more of an abstract painting rather than a snooker event. Oh, you know, what is Fawa going to do with that fluke? If you're a fan of Canadian history, you know, a fluke can be starting of greatness, shall we say. Some of us do remember back in 1983, Cliff Thorburn, the Canadian, was playing Terry Griffiths, and he fluked a red, and then proceeded to make a black off that red, and then 14 more reds with blacks, and run the colors for the very first 147 at the Crucible Theater at the World Championships. These deals are quick, but not that quick. Fawad. Obviously, there's been many more 147s at the Crucible. The latest one was Mark Selby last year in the finals. So Selby has the distinct privilege of the first and only player to make a 147 in the final. But Cliff Thorburn, Canada's own, does have the distinction of being the first player ever to put a 147 on the scoreboard at the World Championships. If our chat wanted something to chat about in the chat room, there's always that big debate. What is the big three? A hole-in-one in golf, a 9-darter in darts, or a 147 in snooker? I'll let you all debate out there. We might have a bit of bias as we're all snooker fans here. But in either discipline, those three, those are tough tasks to do. It wipes its feet before it went in. All you newcomers and youngsters, just take a look at Sargon when he's down on the shot. His stays down well after the shot has gone through. It's great to see. The only thing you want moving is that back arm, just on a hinge, swinging the cue back and forth. Now, obviously, Alex Higgins moved around like a jackrabbit, flipping and flanging, but that's an anomaly, that's for sure. If you want to produce good results, you got to be really still on your shot. Make sure everything is perfect. Your mind's got to be still too. Can't be thinking about what you're going to have for dinner tonight. You got to focus on the shot at hand and give it all the attention. Sargon's just mapping out where he wants to put his cue ball for the next shot, but now when he comes down to play this black, it's going to be all focus, all systems go on this one. there's the angle on that red that's just below the pink and to the right. If he stuns this into the top right corner, he should be able to hold for the pink. Use the cushions there. Great one. Ronnie O'Sullivan once said, people are really concerned with putting a lot of forward, a lot of screw in all this shot. He's like, cushions are there. Use the cushions. Use them to your advantage. So as we saw in that last shot, Sargon didn't do anything really super fancy with the shot. He got the pot, but he was using that cushion to come off and put him in a great position for this pink into the left middle. Definitely sooner or later, Sargon would like to get that red away from the black, free it up so it can go in both top corner pockets. But he's got a bit of work to do before he can get there. And just using that rest just makes it that much more difficult, but all these players know that that's an important tool to master. You're not always going to be able to put your hand on the table at every spot on the bays. Valiant effort there by Fawad. Zaid, I was just asking about some other matches being live streamed. The problem is just they take up a lot of data or tech talk. Don't want to get too deep into tech talk, but it seems like they were hiccuping our scoreboards on the tablets in our last batch of matches, the first of the day at the 10 a.m. matches. And we had a lot of scoreboard interruptions. So our crack tech team has just decided to stay on this one match, have one streaming, just so it doesn't take up a lot of maybe bandwidth or data or whatever the correct tech terminology is. So unfortunately, we're just going to be on this one. Obviously, if this one ends up early, we might be able to sip over there for some bonus footage. But do know that cloudsnooker.com has all the live scoring, so you can kind of follow that. But I hear you, it's not as fun as watching the action live. So unfortunate enough there by Fawad. Not sure if you're in the San Jose area, but definitely we're here at the PAPSA Snooker Academy. It's located at 338 Lincoln Street, I believe, or Lincoln Ave. And admission is free. Come on down. There's nothing like seeing live snooker, and there's 4 tables in action, so you can kind of pick and choose which match you want to watch. Say it anytime. That's what we're here for. If anyone has any comments or questions, feel free to fire them our way. We'll try to do our best. As we get fans from all walks of life, some people are veterans of the game, know every nuisance in and out of it, but some people are new and wondering, why does he hit that red and then he hits a color? So, but that's one of the big rules of this game. After you pot a red, you got to pot a color and continue it going until all those reds go down until they come to the colors. It's up to a clearance of taking away the yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black in that order when we get onto those colors. But right now, there's a fair amount of reds. It's the third frame. Both players have a frame on the board, so they're definitely feeling like they're in the match. Sacramento, the capital. I don't know. Well, come on down. I don't know. Are the Kings playing tonight? I hear maybe it's about a 2.5 hour drive. But we'll be back here tomorrow. All the action starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow with our 2 semifinal matches, followed by the finals that's scheduled for 2 p.m. Pacific time. Obviously, if there's any changes, you can take a look at the schedule on cloudsnooker.com. It's a big tournament here. Winner of this tournament gets an invitation over to Sarajevo to play in the final stage of the Q Tour. And if they win that tournament in Sarajevo, they will get a tour card for the 2024-25 season. Vito Puopolo of Canada already won the first leg of these Q Tour events. That was held in Toronto at the Corner Bank. Great club one run by John White and Jim Weich. It's great to see that a lot more prestigious tournaments are coming up. Very nice double there. As you watch, I think, Sargon has my philosophy on that double. Just listen for the pot going in. He's not swirling his head around too much. Just as the red ball goes past, then he's looking. Too many players 2 times. He kind of maybe turned a little bit too soon for my liking. However, I think Sargon's a much better player than I am. But with those doubles, I always just feel like if I'm turning my head too soon, that's going to make the pocket not go in. So it's always good to just listen for that pocket to drop. See, run far enough for this red out in the open to the right of that 2 reds and blacks. Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to go back into the bulk area, run and hide. I didn't want to cannon into that blue, but there's nothing real easy here. Sargon just taking a look at that plant right there. Almost looks like it's kind of straight on, and I think just how those balls are, I think it might just hit the horn a little bit. Yeah, so refusing that plant. Oh, it's coming down to take a look at it. Ooh, just unfortunately cannon into that black. Frustrated with himself there. Great to have here, Abdul. There's a good community out there in Sacramento. Do you have many rooms out there in Sacramento, or just one room where these players are coming from? But it's great to see rooms popping up in Northern California, especially in the capital. Did nicely to avoid the black when he screwed back. Have to do some good work to develop some more of these reds on the right side of the table. When in doubt, he can go up to the bulk end, as that one red is quite open to go into the green pocket. Just gotta be mindful of that leg. No, it's not going to touch the brown. As anything that touches a ball on the table will be considered a foul. My good friend Charlie Brown was once playing in a Richler Cup event in Montreal 2016. Got down to take a shot, and all of a sudden he got up, and everyone pretty much in the room was wondering, well, what happened there? And he let his opponent know that a little bit of his shirt touched a red, and that's a foul. So great sportsmanship that the players have. They'll call fouls on themselves. They want to win truly. It's a lot like golf, If you're making birdies, great, but if you're making bogeys, make sure you mark the bogey, not a birdie, because it will soon catch up with you, and there's not it's not a great feeling winning when you kind of are cheating. Both players have been trying to will this plant to go in, but nice containing shot there by Fawad. Knows with that, red high up in the bulk area. Doesn't want to put his opponent back into the bulk area. Tit for tat here. That's exposing them a bit more. Open. Give him An open option to try. Don't blame him for trying to take it on. Your tech can catch up there. We're experiencing a little bit of some slow motion here. Gonna step in now. A bit of force here. So we can resolve these technical issues. And buddy,